welcome to the stream. It's the second episode. Clock is 5 p.m. now at Finnish time, and I don't have a plan what I'm going to do today. So there's freedom to choose something on the fly. One thing that I am going to do, I will play Headbanger today properly. In the last stream I only did a little bit of task play, but today I wanna actually hold the level and go deeper with it. I was practicing the level yesterday, and despite only making the pipe like few times, I managed to finish the level with 41/14 time, which is now actually it was the 10th best time I had in the level, and it's very consistent in my top 10 now. But I will play this level today. But right now I wanna chill a little bit first. I don't feel like going straight to the intensity of howling. I was thinking that I could make a level to battle, and let's start with that. In case you're already watching, do you have your beers ready? It's 5 p.m. Work is over. It's chilling time. It's Tuesday now, so just get your snacks, get your popcorn, get your beers, all that. Like there's no need to worry about anything right now. I wanna take it easy, so and you can take it easy as well. I have a energy drink of my own, and I'm going to do that right now actually. I'm a very heavy user of caffeine, but today I haven't had any caffeine yet, so this is gonna hit the spot for sure. I'm going to open Twitch from my phone first, because I was watching the VOD of the last stream, and I had my Elmo chat open in the last stream, and I was thinking about it, and it's something I'm not going to do anymore. I will hide my in-game chat with the camera, because I don't want team chat to be shown for everybody, and it's going to be more convenient that way. So it will only mean that if you want to chat to me, let's do it in Twitch only, and it's gonna be more convenient that way. If you don't have a Twitch user, you can just make it, and you will be able to participate in the chatting. Okay, I have the Twitch chat ready. Oh, for some reason it's still. Oh yeah. I have the same issue as before. For some reason the in-game isn't full screen. Oh no, yeah, it works better now. All right. I think it's been a while since I've seen anybody make a first Finnish battle level, so I will make this cruise FF battle, and if there's anything that I can teach you while making, I will say it, but mostly I will just make the editor flow. But in cruise FF levels, I think just it's important to keep the levels safe to play, so that's going to be the main focus for me personally. I was at the festival last weekend, and after coming back home I've been just doing absolutely nothing. It's quite intense to go out for the whole weekend and tenting, and it was rainy weather, so when you're tenting during rainy weather, it's crazy intense. It's so much work to get everything done, and you constantly have to be aware of the weather and when you're going to pack your stuff. And at the festival itself, it's ton of socializing. So these last couple days that I've been at home, I've been watching Game of Thrones mostly and just not doing much. Okay, this is going to be the starting point of the level. I will name it Stream FF for now. I probably will change the name first, but name later, but it's good for now. Okay, that's not a good start. That's exactly what you don't want in first finish. It's good to make it so that it's not going to be an annoyance to get forward. I wanna change that a little bit. At Finnish Elmo Meet, some were wondering why I still use internal editor when Smibus editor is so much. It has so much more features and everything, but there's two reasons to that. One reason is that my mouse is broken. Like if I use scroll in my mouse, it doesn't function properly. So zooming in and out in Smibus level editor is just not very convenient for me. But I think even bigger reason why I still like to use internal editor is that I've used it all my life. Like I've been making levels ever since I was a kid, and it's just, it feels very natural and soothing in a way for me to make levels with classic internal editor. I still use Smibus level editor also. I use it for the other features and tools it has, but often when I start making levels, I will make the initial polygons and just like base for the level using the normal editor, and whenever I need to use tools that I don't have here, I will switch in and out between the two editors. Alright, so I will add an apple here. It's mandatory to go that way now. I advertised my upcoming battle a little bit in the game chat. Alright, so I think in Cruise FF battles it's quite nice to have these kinds of like bumpy parts like this. It's going to be very easy to finish. There's no real challenge there, but for the actual battle, these kinds of spots can really give you the opportunity to gain a lead or lose a lead depending on how well you do, and I think that has a huge impact for the battle itself. and I really enjoy when there's a authentic race feeling in the battles, and if the level is just smooth loops and there's no real obstacles anywhere, I think it why I personally don't like it as much is that the differences between good and bad attempts narrow down to so small things that even the tiniest fail can completely mess up your battle, whereas in levels that have more obstacles and bumpiness, even if they're not hard to finish, there's much more room for like just skill and good brave performances. Like if you just consistently do well in the spots, you will gain the lead, you will do well. But in those smooth levels where you don't have any obstacles, practically it can be like if you do one single thing wrong, you might not have a chance to do anything after that. So that's what I want to avoid personally. Okay, so I will actually do this kind of I will do a small roof here. I don't want you to fly all past it. Yeah, this flows quite well in my opinion. Okay, and I want an apple here in this corner, so you can sort of decide if you wanna like drop straight to the gap here, or if you do this the safer way, you can break at the apple and then drop down and then go to the tunnel. I'm not going to do any like bounce tricks or pipes that are mandatory. Sometimes if I feel like it, I will make this mini shortcut with a pipe, for example, or these kinds of tricks that you can use to gain a little bit time, but I don't want any of it to be mandatory. I think it's more important that anybody who survives are able to finish the level. That will be fun for all players instead of just those who are able to make tricks happen. So. Okay, that seems good to me. Last night Barry P gave me this kind of idea or challenge for my stream. He was saying how I could play the Pipo pipe levels on stream today. Would it be nice to watch that? Because I don't have any real schedule at the moment, so yeah, I guess I can play some pipes also. Let's make some killers here. Yeah, I mean, Barry P. I think it's Barry P. is saying how it's a good move that viewers like watch me make this level first and then they play it. I think it's a it will give some advantage, yeah, but I mean, if you watch the stream, I think it's okay if you get some advantage. I think it's all good. Okay, this is a bad spot. It's bad spot because when you land to a corner like this, it's both awkward to play, but it's also potentially very risky. So I'm going to edit this part completely. I will make the landing more like a slope, so it will just flow better and you're not at the risk of dying. That would just suck if you landed badly at the corner and you died and then your battle was ruined. So I want to avoid it. Maybe that part sucks as well, actually. Or not. Fuck it, I will simplify this a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's much better like this. This is safe enough, yes. Yeah, I think I realized that if you only have an apple here, you can just uphill this way and take a shortcut. That's gonna be lame and boring, so let's not do that. There was like when I started making levels as a kid, I thought it was so cool to include shortcuts in my levels, and in my old levels it's like every single level almost has some kind of a shortcut that skips like half the level and makes most of the play area completely pointless. And there was a day when I thought that was interesting, but I think there's nothing interesting about shortcuts. Sometimes they can be fun to play if the style for the shortcut is just unusually fun. It has some like addictive trick to it, but most of the time shortcuts are not interesting at all. They're just boring and don't benefit the level. Yeah. This is okay. This is okay as well. make this kind of frustrating part here. It's just uphills and obstacles. Oh yeah. But it's going to be easy to finish regardless. One thing is when placing apples, it's quite good to be mindful of where you place them so that they're not really missable. Good example I added. I will test how this part plays out. It seems pretty chill, nothing really hard here. It's just with some good execution you can gain big lead here, but if you have a slope, like if you have a slope that you can sort of jump over, it's important to have the apple either at the end of the slope so it's not missable, or at the end of this whole tunnel. But if it's like here and you can potentially jump over it, it will be quite frustrating. It's not my intention right now, at least, to make these apples that are easy to miss. It will ruin the battle for someone, and I just want to make a casual level. Yeah, I just placed these vertices very quickly. This part I don't like, but the previous part seemed very fun actually, because if you want, you have the option to hang straight down from here, but it's something that you will do at your own risk. You can just skip it and finish easily without any problems. Level isn't forcing you to do anything annoying, but if you wanna go for it and maybe gain a little bit of time, it's possible. Alright, now I will do some wavy parts. And here at these waves, I'm going to avoid placing any apples actually, because you can, in the moment when you're driving here, you can just find your own flow. I don't see any exact style looking at these shapes, like where to jump over. I will make to be very clear, I will place this vertex so that you have just freedom to jump to the roofs and do air time. Then you can do long jumps if you can, or you can just go low everywhere, but there's no apples, so the level doesn't force you to go to any of these loops in particular. You can just find your own style. And then to the next floor, I will also do this just straight roof, and I'm thinking that I will slow down the tempo of the level a bit. I will just make, these are some of the most annoying spots there are, but also not so hard to pass. I will just make these small poles to the ground, and I will make several of them. It's always fun to play them, always fun to spy them. It will completely change the vibe of the level in the moment, but absolutely anybody can get past these kinds of spots. It's not an issue, but trying to do it fast is extremely difficult. something to take into consideration now that I see it. I realize that once you're coming from the previous part, I made this loop here. If you manage to get massive speed from this loop, it will almost certainly make the next part risky and deadly. So I think I'm going to change my approach here. I will just make this flat wall, so you drop down, you limit your speed, and then there's no risk of dying just because you're driving. Like I don't want to punish players for doing well if you get a lot of speed in a previous part. That's what I want the players to do. Like that's what you're aiming for, right? So if you get a lot of speed and you're punished for it, it's just a sign of bad design. So having common sense with that while designing levels is quite important. Alright, I think I will now test it. I will add an apple here before the waves, and I will add an apple here before the first pole. Actually, I will do a few apples here so you can. It's easier to follow the progress during the battle with apple counts. But for the waves, I want to keep them open like that because, well, I just explained it. I want there to be full freedom to do whatever you want. I tried the hang style. Yeah, it's easy and probably quite good. Okay, I was going for this spinny approach, but I think that might not be so good. Like if you get good speed from using the loops, it might actually be worth it. Yes, it's perfect. I didn't even try to make the shapes even. It means that when it's all 90 degrees corners, it's much easier to control bike movement when going over, but now it's kind of awkward and it's nice for the battle itself. If people wanna do risky styles, it's up to them, but no one is forcing them to. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, good. Ilse, you have a good point. If you have a lot of speed, it's possible to bounce over. That's why I moved the apple here for that reason. If people wanna do some crazy shit here and jump over the spikes, that's pretty cool. I have no issue with that. Okay, so far the level is mostly these tunnels and obstacles, but not really open areas. I think when there's cruise FF levels, it's quite nice if there's a lot of variety in the just feeling of the level, and I will now switch up completely. I will make this massive open area to the level and go for this like apple harvest type of design for the next part. Yeah, I will make this clean drop down, and then I can start playing with like triangle polygons. And when making these apple harvest parts, it can be easy to make them so that they are very deadly and risky to play. And I think the good ground rule is that you want to avoid there being like straight drops. When it's like zigzaggy like this, you almost ensure it that you can just drive from one platform to the next easily, and you don't, if you start to drop down with a lot of speed, then you are no longer in control. And I wanna, even though it has you have like plenty of polygons like this, I want it to be easy to control while playing. So it should be like in internals, they're designed the way that they are very beginner friendly. Even if you don't use a lot of vaulting, you can still play them. Like you can use gas and brake and pass quite many of the spots. You can use vault very minimally, and I think that separates these noob friendly levels from levels that are clearly made for people who know how to play the game. That in more advanced levels you have to be very precise with vaulting, and there's no way around it. But I will make this more noob friendly. Okay. I will close this area with, yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Well, I might have to edit this so that, yeah, I think so far it's not good at all. I will test how it plays out, but I have to make it firstly so that it's not too big. That's a quite common mistake to make while making levels, that the levels are simply too, like all the polygons and all the distances are too big. That's what people usually do when they make their first levels. Okay, that kind of spot is quite very bad, like you wanna avoid this just very risky dodge. I will move this vertex more up so you have more room with your head, but also I will change the landing polygon so it's much easier to aim there. And I now notice I can just lower all of this. I can make all of these triangles more thin, and it will, playability of the level will remain the same, but it will be safer to play all over. But one thing is that since there's apple in all the spots now, you have to be able to get back up. So I need to make a route both ways so you can get up safely. Maybe I will scrap this idea. I will just make it a flat ground and open it from the sides. For me, actually, it could be fun if it's a little bit bumpy like here, as long as you don't hit your head in any way. Yeah, this is nice. Alright. That's better. Added this ledge here, so even if you have massive speed, you sort of have to control your bike on the way back down. And as you see, because of it, you can't really jump from here to here. That means that I will have to make a similar route from the other side, so you can get the apples you don't reach from this side, but that's not an issue. If I make these kind of routes both ways, you can easily grab every apple there is. Even after I have done this, I will have to do some proper testing for this whole area of the level, because it can be quite unreliable to make these open areas. Like, I wanna make it so that it's not stupid. If everybody dies in the last part, it's a guaranteed bad battle. Yeah, I think that apple placement is okay. Okay, this is what you wanna avoid. As you see, when you come down from here, it's like there's nothing to stop you. You will just drop down here, and it's this very deadly. Yeah, it's very deadly to drop straight down, so I will change the whole shape of this polygon so that you drop and this middle polygon catches the bike, because then you have real options. You can jump up if you want, you can turn to the left, turn to the right. You're not forced to do anything you don't want to. Okay, now I will try the safe route for the first time. Let's see how this flows. Okay, the shape is all wrong. It shouldn't be so hard to get up. Actually, I will have to change this. I will make it wider so it will be more similar to the other side. Yeah, it's very much more safe to approach now, and with quite low speed. Yeah, I can do this part safely. I think I will remove this apple though, because if you come from here and you don't go to the right side, you can't really take this apple at all from anywhere. So yeah, I will make it. I will take these 2 apples away, so now there's more room for options. Like, I don't want to limit the decision. It should be possible to go from anywhere to anywhere. I changed this so that it's easy to do this long gap now as well. I will make it even longer, this landing. Now the ending is here. I will now do this. That's a bad mistake. Yeah, I will do this without asking now the last bit, so I wanna see how it flows. Maybe I should change that part as well. this is gonna be good for the battle. Like if players have done well in the previous parts, it can be quite easy to choke here and just to pick all the wrong styles. You might be able to do it with only a couple detours, but if you pick your styles wrong, it will take a lot of repetition to get all of the apples. But it's not an issue because it's easy to go back up from anywhere. It's not gonna be a problem. If I was playing the battle, I would do it so that I do this style, because now I can get them both at once. But that doesn't really help though, because I can't get back up from there. I made some changes here, so it's... Yeah, that's not good. Okay, it's better with a steeper angle like this. I will move this so you have a lot of speed when you're landing, but I want the angle to be steep enough that you can get up without major risks. Yeah, that's good. That's nice. I think the base of this level is ready now. I'm happy to have it the way it is. Yeah, that's good. I added this ledge here, so if you come from here and drop down, it's not like a straight drop down. As I mentioned before, I wanna avoid those kinds of parts. I think 54th internal is designed extremely well in this sense. Original apple harvest is is amazing. Okay, now I switch to Smibus level editor because I will make the visuals to this level. After that I'm ready to start. If I make the grass and pictures here, that's gonna be really good. Then I don't have anything else to do. Okay, I will add an apple here. I want to avoid any confusion or on where to go. Like one option is always to add arrows, but I don't think that it's necessary here. Right, I will evaluate that soon if I need to add arrows. Like sometimes it's hard to tell that while designing if it's obvious or not. Like people playing the battle, they will be extremely confused at things that feel obvious to the designer, so adding some arrows to the level will make it easy for everybody. If you look at this part, I think sometimes it's good to avoid this perfect consistency in the width of the grass. Like if I add it here, it will look very ugly to have the grass so close to this corner. So I think if you even though there's inconsistencies in the like width of the grass, it will look better this way because it flows more organically with the shapes of the ground. You will see that soon in person when I test play it in the game, but those kinds of details, they're not obvious at all when you start making levels, but with time you will just sort of get it while making. And for me it's the result of just thousands of hours of level making. Like you just little by little you learn to do it better. I don't even like all of these grass shapes. I know that I don't need to fix them after making them because I know exactly how it will work out in the game. But making grass is a skill that takes a lot of time to learn. There's always the option to use auto grass tool in the program, but I don't like how it looks. It doesn't fit with the designs that I make. Somehow it looks very forced and unnatural in my levels, but it's always possible to go for that kind of a shortcut still. I'm actually going to show this part as an example how the grass will react. I have to switch my scene in the OBS. if I make the grass end like this, it will look alright. This is one option. One option is that you make the last vertex close to this like middle of the spike. This will be one option, and this is one that resembles the internals the most, where you can see that the bottom part of this vertex, the playing area, and this vertex, they line up, making this sort of even pole in the middle. And I think this is quite common in internal levels, and this is something that I do naturally myself. I don't know, it's a matter of preference what will be good and what will be not, but I like this for two reasons. I think it just the fact that it lines up with this bottom vertex, it will make it feel sort of organic to look at, but also when you're playing with your grass on and pointy ends like this don't have grass, it will be easier to tell them like while playing. It's when it's try to think of words, but I think if you look at this, it's sort of having this bright yellow color and blue background. It will be harder to tell these exact very thin pointy shapes, whereas if you have ground the spike as ground spike, the contrast between the ground and sky will be better. So I think if you use these spike shapes, it will be better to have them like this. This is just my own preference, but maybe you see what I mean. Also here I could start making the grass like this. Same thing, but I will choose to do the same thing here, that I just intentionally end the grass a little bit earlier. I think I messed it up. I will do it again. If I end it here, it will highlight the ending of the polygon more, like so. Here I just make a thin polygon, because if I were to make a grass like this, I will demonstrate how it looks in the game. I don't think, actually it barely works, but yeah, it wouldn't look quite as clean, because if you make it too thin, the grass will just sort of fall apart. Like it doesn't, you can't, there's a limit to how steep the grass can be. And if I have it like this, even though it's lined up with this vertex, the real shape of the grass will be more like this, and I don't want it, so I will just completely avoid making grass to these kind of very steep areas. This grass I do have to fix now that I look at it. I don't like how it ends. It looks pretty unclean. I have to test around a little bit to find this best option. Maybe I end it even. Here it might be better to just have it like this. Yeah. Here I can barely make it. Yeah, I think this is much better than before. Yeah, that's good. Good enough for me. I don't think that looks good. Yeah, this is much better. If I stop it like clearly much earlier than the polygon ends, it will highlight the end of the polygon much more. I think it's just while playing, it's more natural and comfortable to look at shapes that are like this. Like if you have the grass that makes them polygons annoying to look at, it will make everybody turn the grass off instantly. This one doesn't need any grass at all because it's just a thin polygon. I think it will look better without. I'm going to keep it as it is. Yeah, that's okay. For these thin polygons, one option is to make the ends pointy like that, having these almost 45-degree endings or exactly 45 degrees ending. Like both of this is fine. One option is to do it in a different way. I will show. For these clean grounds, if you just make invisible polygon as the grass polygon, it should also look quite good because it will just make the ends like this. But I don't think in many cases having the grass polygon as simple as this is going to be good, but I have this kind of theme of using these endings to the grass in this level, so I'm going to stick to my original plan, but I just want to highlight the options of making these differences. So with grass you can add so much personality to the levels. Like there's many ways of making grass polygons and there isn't really correct answers. You can just make it as you wish. I actually like this one without grass, so I will make the next grass polygon to the down area here. And now, because I have this shape where you have this like thin polygon here and thicker polygon here, like if I just make it straight like this, it might look a little bit wrong somehow. I try to show what I mean. My idea is to do this part different than any of the other ones. Like I think having a grass polygon like this, it's okay, but a way I can make it look better, in my own opinion, is I change the width of the grass when the like actual polygon turns from thin to thick. If I make it like this, it will sort of highlight the difference. I have to change the shapes a little bit. I can make it really thick actually. Yeah. I think it's starting to look better now. If I end it earlier, yeah, it's yeah, I'm going to have it like this. Somehow that last one I'm not fully satisfied with, but I don't want to spend more time on it right now. Sometimes it takes a lot of tweaking and testing things out to come up with the final version of the level. But I'm not gonna get stuck on a single grass polygon in this one. Well, I think it looks better than the previous attempt, but it's still... If I were to spend more time on this level, I would keep on trying with the last grass polygon. This is good. Good enough for me. Here is a similar situation as before, like having this kind of corner here. If I just make a straight grass, it will not look terrible, but it will look slightly wrong to look at. So I will do what I did before. I will follow the shape of the bottom part a little bit. I will make this bump there in the grass, and it's gonna look better that way. It's kind of an unintuitive solution for making the grass, but it's something that I love myself. I can show it. Yeah, without it looks really good, I think. Those kind of small details, they will not really stand out when you play the level, but it's more like if you have shapes that are not optimal, they will stand out more as looking bad. When things are made right, they might not stand out at all, but if something is wrong, it will stand out as being bad. If that makes any sense. It's very often very subtle to make these differences, but it makes a real difference still. For the waves here, I won't. There's nothing really. interesting going on. I try to make fairly even width of the grass everywhere, and it's gonna look okay. But having small inconsistencies in the width will look natural. It won't look bad. Like, I think using auto grass where the width of the grass is always the exact same, that might like, it doesn't always look the best. Sometimes it looks sort of wrong to look at. Like, if you make things with hand, it will look just more natural somehow. Yeah, I really like how this loop part plays out. This shape is not good. I think I'm glad that I tested it, because I don't want to break the flow if you jump up there. I wanna make it so that you can easily find flow on the way down, and level doesn't punish you if you don't have a lot of speed again. It's going to be better as you can sort of loop your way down now. Try it. Yeah, it's chill to play now. And you can do that jump. Okay. This kind of part will be the hardest to make look good when you make the grass. I think solution that I will do myself is I make proper gaps between the poles and the grass. Like, I have a proper gap in between, and instead of putting any grass to the poles themselves, I just won't do it. I will keep them fully ground. Like this. There's no right and wrong here. I could do it in other ways, but this is what I'm feeling right now. It will match the feeling of the other level the most if I do it like this. And with the grass you can sort of highline the shapes of the ground as well a lot. Like, I can showcase if you make these grass polygons that go closer to the spikes, you always have the risk of grass. Like, this is the absolute worst case scenario in my opinion. If the grass goes like overboard and goes to the actual spike itself, it will look terrible, and it's very easy to happen, because like, if I have the grass polygon where it is now, it will look fine, but for someone else it might not look fine, because there's massive differences in how grass reacts with different setups in the game. Like, if you have a large zoom or lower zoom, it will look completely different, and doing the way I do in the previous parts, it's just a safe bet, because if you play it with pretty much any setup, it will not happen. The grass will not go to the poles, and it will look clean. The only thing I have to be mindful about is that I keep the consistency of the width the same. If I have one that is much more thin than the others, like this one, it will look kinda awkward, I think. but it's not like if you have it like that, it doesn't really, it won't be the end of the world, but having consistency here is going to ensure that it looks better, looks good. Oh, that's funny. The actual grass looks nothing like the shape I made, so I will try this one instead. So I just follow the shape of the ground. No, I don't actually like that one either. I will end the grass just before the whole bump instead. Yeah, this is the best so far. My girlfriend is making funny faces on the doorway. I don't know why she does it. Okay. Mä en aio nyt syödä. With these triangles, like if I were to make a just clean, thin, exact grass like this, I think with these kind of triangle polygons it looks the absolute worst. Like if you have to do exact movements in the end of the polygon, it will be very distracting to have the grass. Like these are the best way to showcase why I avoid doing it in most cases. Like just having the grass like I have done the whole level, it will be much cleaner to look at while playing. Here, because the polygons themselves are totally different sized, if the grass are not the same width, it will still look okay, because it just if the polygons were the exact same size and the grass was thick in one polygon and thin in the other one, it would stand out as being inconsistent. But if there's inconsistency in both the grass size and the polygon size, it will balance, they will balance each other out in a strange way. So I don't need to worry about that too much. I can just, as long as the ends of the grass polygons look good, that will be enough. Also because it's this polygon, it starts from thick and it goes all the way to the very thin pointy end. I can also follow that pattern in the grass shape as well. As you see, as the like I will make it, the grass will also start from thicker and go to being more thin, and it wouldn't work in the previous areas, but with these kinds of polygons it will look natural. Maybe I can, yeah, I will make it a little less thin at the beginning, but it still stands, like it goes from thick to thinner. I honestly don't think if many people care about this kind of aspect to level making. I personally love placing grass polygons. I think it's one of the most relaxing things for me to do. If I just want to chill out while being at the computer, I will do this kind of level making. Most people play without grass, but those who play with grass, I hope they can appreciate when grass is made with time and effort, because I think a lot of difference in the personality of the designers will be shown in how grass is made. Like, everybody has their own way of doing it, and I think the techniques that are being used are not so obvious. I think the mechanics of making grass is like they're not really taught anywhere, and if you like hope someone can learn something from it, what I'm showing. Alright. For the bottom grass, I will make it so that the exit part is not grassed at all. Or actually, I could do something that I haven't really done this whole level. I will, instead of ending it completely, I will make this very thin grass for the exit text. Then I will go back to more thick grass. I kinda did it in one of the previous parts, but this time I do very thin grass. I will make it even highlight the difference even more. It should look very good. Soon I can just make some final pictures for the level, and then it's done. I have spent so much effort on making the grass that by itself makes the level quite comfortable to look at. I don't need to rely so much on placing pictures. Like, even if I don't add a single picture, it will still look like a good level. But I'm gonna do some pictures in here still, but I will keep it to quite minimum. I wanna avoid with the pictures and grass both. I wanna avoid that it gets too distracting to look at, because if that's not really the point of when I make visuals to my levels. I never want that my levels are unplayable as a result. I think the exit sign looks really good there. Wasn't a bad move to make the grass the way it is. It works perfectly. And here as well, I could always add grass to the top of the like pole part here, but I think it like sometimes if you just don't include grass, it will look very clean. It will work for the level. Like if you make grass, you don't need to feel inclined that you make grass everywhere, because that's not the case. You can always follow the shapes of the level, and if you do like here for example, like it's not the first time I didn't have the grass here and here and here and here. It becomes this sort of pattern during the level, and if you follow these patterns, it will look the most natural. Change this a little bit. Yeah, it will. This is great place for a logo. I will make some quick logo. Right. There we go. That's good. This is a good example. Like I made grass to this ledge here, but now that I see it, I think it's completely unnecessary. Like if I make it thicker, it will break apart. It won't work as the way I want it to. But if I just delete it, I think it's sort of more natural that way. Like if something doesn't look good, just delete it. Okay. Now I go back to Smibus level editor. Here, if you do like me, if you switch back and forth between the editors, notice that none of the last edits that I did were included in this one. Like I need to open the level again here, and now it's the most recent version. The absolute worst thing you can do is that you forgot, like you don't notice that you're having an old version and you start editing it, because then you will delete all of the progress you have done. So now I can make the pictures as I mentioned. I will pick 2 single pictures that I placed throughout the level. I will add some trees. I could do like this one for example. I will add pictures to places where they don't really distract your gameplay. If I have them in like parts where you don't need to do any major flips, or where it doesn't. If I have pictures in like here, it will be too distracting, but all the parts with flat grounds are a safe bet in my opinion, because you're just driving, so it doesn't doesn't really mess up your gameplay much if there's a sudden tree on the way. So I will put here and here in the bottom of the loop, here after the poles, and I will do several to the bottom part here, because why not? It's an open area, it will look quite fun. I could add some to the apple harvest area, but I'm not gonna. Hello, Ghost Balmer. No, it's not Mario Kart, it's Elasto Mania, dude. You have the wrong game. Okay, then I will do some these ones. Yeah, I put this as unclipped so I can have them like on top of polygons. If I lower down the number to 500, then if it goes on top of grass polygons, even the grass will be under the actual picture. These ones I can just have almost anywhere I want to, as long as they don't distract you from playing. Like if I put them to places that you don't hit at all while playing, they will look nice, it will be nice decorations, but they don't mess up your gameplay at all. The playing area that you drive on, I want to keep as clean as possible. Actually, I tested this before. It was safe to play, but I will make sure it's not deadly. I will make this a little bit more thick so you have more room for the landing. I don't want to kill the players here. As for the killers, one way, if you want to have a straight line of objects like this, one way to do it is in Smibus level editor here. If you use pipe tool and you press space, it will add apples, and if you press space again, it will add like more apples. But it's a perfect row, so if you do this and then you delete the polygon, you are left with just the apples, and these ones with right click you can convert to killers, and I think it will look quite much better if you just have this even row of killers here instead of those that I put handmade. Like I can, with transform tool, I can change the distance and the shape so that it lines up with the hang polygon that I have. I think it's a little uneven now it's good. And I can delete some of the extra ones like so. Yeah, this is quite good. I will add an apple here, so sometimes if people are playing with high zoom, they have like this massive bike in their screen. I don't want anyone to fly over to the killers because they didn't see them from map or anywhere. Some people just don't think at all while they're playing. That's okay to me, but if you have an apple here, it will be a visual sign before the actual killers that you have to go down, you have to slow down, so there's no excuses to failing. This is also, I was test playing it before, I'm looking at this now. Like, if you for some reason drop straight down from here, you land precisely to this corner. Like, it was natural for me to swing a little bit to the left so that you land here to the slope, but what's obvious to me is not obvious to someone else. So I think if I move the shape more to the right, it's like it shouldn't be an issue anymore that you drop straight down to the corner, because the bike will naturally go to the left, and now it works out as I want it to. I will move this even further to the right also, this one. I changed the shape of this wall so that it's perfectly even now. It looks cleaner that way. Something I like to do is when you have apple placements, like you can sort of make apples line up with each other even if they are in completely different parts, and it can just make it more, it can make it seem more pleasing. Like, often people don't even notice these kinds of details, but they're still there, they still look good, and you can play around with such minor details while designing levels. I just put apples in front of all the poles in here. Why not? Here with the polygons, like, I can add the bushes to the bottom parts of some of the polygons, because those will never get in the way while you're playing, but you can still have some pictures as decorations. Here, why not? And maybe one more to this part. There we go. That's enough. Alright, I will make a quick check. I've been making level for so long that I'm not sure if anybody is watching. So if you're watching, can you give me a level name in the chat? You have been seeing this progress of making a first finished battle for a while. I need a level name, and I think one of the viewers should help me out with that. Okay, no replies there. That's the name of the level. No replies. I do one last test ride in the level, and then I can start it. I will change the shape of this landing a little bit, so was noticing the way it was before. Might be quite bad to play, actually. I think it's better as just a flat ground like that. Okay, I just got confirmation that Bene is watching the stream. That's very good. There's someone watching. I mean, as I've been saying, I will upload all of my VODs to YouTube, so not everybody has a chance to watch them. While I'm streaming, that's understandable, but the last one I uploaded to YouTube, it got like 200 views, so that's good. More than I expected, to be honest, because 200 is more than my subscriber count in YouTube. Okay, let's see how this works out. Yeah, it flows better now. This kind of spot might be problematic, because if you're driving from here, and some people don't have as good of a map as I have, I can easily see what's ahead. If someone doesn't see this next part and they just drive full speed, they might be surprised about the pole ahead and they die. So I will change the shape so that it's just, I try to make it so that it's like that. I wanna see if that makes any difference. Would be nice if you didn't die. Huh. That's barely survivable. If you just do it normally, I wanna see how it plays out. I do it a few times to see if it's good. Yeah, that's not gonna be an issue with the normal style if it's like that. Okay, that's good enough for me. Just one single part that is an unexpected death spot might be enough to ruin a battle. Like, sometimes seemingly easy parts will just make several people die, and if that's the case in a cruise FF battle, it will be really bad and it pisses people off, because to them it seems like lack of effort, to them it seems like bad design, but it might not always be so obvious to the designer, but as long as you're thorough with the testing process, you can avoid a lot of that. It's quite hard to make a 100% foolproof level, like, so even the easiest parts can be unexpectedly deadly, but you can influence the outcome a lot despite that. I don't like how this is. I will have to move this more to the left, because even if you don't have like I had there when I was trying, I barely made it on top with low speed, and if you go to the right in that part you won't have a lot of speed, so I'll try it again. Yeah, now it's better. Okay. This level is close to being ready now. I was editing the wrong level. I made the exact mistake I was warning you about. Yeah, the last edits that I made were in the wrong version. It's funny. I'll do some of these things again. I have to try to remember the edits that I did, but wasn't too much there. Let me see. Yeah, one thing that I did, I made this vertex more to the left, I remember, so now it's good. I could try, I think this one could have a small grass, it could look nice. does it though? No, it doesn't look good. Try one more. This is okay. It's extremely weird shape for the grass, but somehow this looks better than the previous ones. I will make this to the top, like the grass polygons are quite far away from the roof, but if people with really high zoom are playing, the grass might go to the roof. So if I make this ground texture with 500 distance number, it's going to block the possibility that the grass will go to the ground. So I want to have it like that. Okay. Now last things I will do, I will make some arrows here, because it will make it foolproof to those who don't know where to go. I will make this seems confusing to what I'm doing right now, but wait a small moment and you will see. I like to make these arrows already so I can copy them whenever I need. I'll have them here, so I don't need to, I can just copy and paste them. In case you didn't, like what I did at first, if you copy take a polygon like this, and then you press Ctrl and M, it will make it like mirrored. So you don't have, in here you don't have a mirror tool, but with Ctrl M you can do it. You can easily do it, and the ones that I turned from sideways to up and down, if I take these and I use the transform tool, I can change the shape like this. But that's not what I want right now. But yeah, I mean, instead of doing the same thing by hand every time, that's not needed. You can, if you have this as a base, you can just copy these same arrows to each spot without remaking it every time. All right. And one thing, if you have arrows like this, if you place them right where an apple is, if I were to have the arrow here, it would very much seem like it's a gravity arrow, so I'm intentionally avoiding it. I want to make it seem obvious that it's just a directional arrow, not anything else. Here I suppose I have to make it more tilted. I will make this arrow. Everybody knows how to jump, that they jump up, and then they don't even try to go for the uphill because they will to make this fully obvious, I will make numbers here. You have number 1, and then I'll make number 2. This one looks really ugly right now, but I will fix the shapes. There we go, that's good. Actually, I will make it a little bit smaller so it matches the size of the first one better. Yeah, there we go. I've heard it so many times over the years, this complaint that my levels are confusing to play, and this is something I'm trying to improve in. The more I make this cruise FF battle levels, I don't want the levels to feel confusing. Like this one should be extremely obvious where to go. I make these arrows here, so you know that you can go anywhere you want. Or actually, I think it's better if they're inside the triangle polygon when landing down like this. I can still have the apple here as I did, and I will add a question mark here. There you go. This one is a floating apple for no reason. Why not? Okay, last thing that I will do is I take my I include some meme stuff in here. I always do the UFOs, so I should have them here. It matters very little to some of the players, but I know for a fact that all of my teammates really appreciate the fact that there's UFOs in almost any given level. It's important to some people, and it's important to me as well. This is good spot for UFOs. Yeah, there we go. I had grass here. Because why not? Yeah, the grass looks good. Yeah, okay. I'm ready to start the battle actually. I go. I have to advertise it in Discord. There we go. I do 20 minutes battle. Actually, 25 minutes. I don't even know the exact length of the battle, but 25 minutes will ensure that people get to finish even if they die, even if they fail a couple times. 25 minutes is gonna be enough. So let's go with that. Others shown always when making cruise FFs. It's so fun to see everybody else you can race and be in that kind of flow. You can see the progression of the battle as it goes on, and I do full 2 minutes of countdown because why not? It increases the hype and people will have a chance to join. Let's go. Proper, it took me so long to make the level, but hey, it's done now. Holy shit, it's gonna take a long time to start. There's several battles in the queue. It's like an hour until it starts, but hey, I can do what I promised before I can start playing Headbanger now. Hello Russell Crowe. Welcome to my stream. I'm glad to have you here. In case you haven't played EOL, Elmo Online, if you go to elmoonline.com, I think it is. Wait, let me check. Elma.online is the address. You can install the game. You can join the community. But feel free to just enjoy the stream also. Okay. I will train in save load first. Yeah, I like to start, whenever I start playing save load in Headbanger, I always like to start in the start of the pipe, because the very first bits of the level I will be playing so much when I go to live play. There's no need to practice the start in save load for me. It doesn't, I've noticed it doesn't make any difference in my performance, and it's more important to find flow in the next parts. So I don't need a map when I play in save load. There we go. Let's optimize things a little bit. I will just do one finish, and then I'm ready to play in live play. Here it's the closer you can get to the roof with your head, the better it is practically, but it's not easy at all to find the correct angles for it. This is really good. With this one I should get amazing ride. I mean, don't worry about it, Russell Crowe. It's just you can challenge yourself to finish all of them and to beat certain target times, but just you can do it at your own pace. Like for all the new players, the initial target is just to finish all of the levels. It's not, Elma is pretty hard, so actually reaching target times, better times, it will take time, and if you don't do it instantly, it's not a problem really. You will get better gradually once you practice. Do you have a total time yet? That's good enough. This is one of those parts that it can be so hard to find the correct angles for landing to the spike. Every time you do the part before, like if you land and hit your wheel here before the corner, you have to do completely next moves in the following parts, but if you land straight to the top, you have to do different moves afterwards, so you always have to follow the bike movement very well here, so you know what to try in the next parts. But it's almost never the exact same pattern of movements that needs to be done, so it's a lot about this just improvisation and what you do in the later parts of the level. But it narrows down to a few options basically, and depending on what the ride looks like, I always have a pretty good idea of what kind of moves I should do, but in all of the last parts, like this whole last floor of the level, there's a ton of variables that needs to be taken into account while playing. Sometimes it smooths quite natural, sometimes you just land everything first try, but every once in a while it needs much repetition, even with save load, even when you have a constant setup like I have now. Sometimes it takes a while to finally land a good ride. And right now I'm intentionally trying to avoid that I save my save here in the middle of the air, for example, because in real rides you just have to do it, even if you do something imperfectly. You have to still try to make it work. So I wanna, this is the last save point for me. I wanna practice the ending of the level so that I don't save any more times, because I need to do this whole pattern in one go when I play the actual level. It's pointless for me to save in 10 different spots, because then I don't actually learn. Yeah, that's nice to hear, Russell. I'm glad that Ige videos got so many views as they did. Like, most of them have like between 1,000 and 3,000 or 4,000 views, and it's quite much. It's much more than the amount of people playing in this community. So it's very nice that you found the community because of those videos. It has been quite rare that new people join at all in the community, so all new players are welcome. Okay, that's 4081 with a pretty wonky end style. I still haven't landed to the spike part a single time. Now, this is first promising ride. There we go, that's 4033. I'll save it as stream 1, and I can still polish this a little bit in the very end. It's 4025, awesome. Again 4025, maybe I can do a little bit more if I land it perfectly. Yeah, that's good. It's 4020. It would be so amazing time to pull off in a live run, but it's highly unlikely to do that. Okay, I take a break for 2 minutes, then I hold the level. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, something that I cannot really have control here is the optimal FPS that I've had for this level is 750, but when I'm streaming I can't get quite as much. I think it's like between 500 and 600 that I have while streaming, so it's not going to be optimal setting for this level, but it's enough that I believe I can still drive good times, but it might be difficult to do certain parts with consistency because of my lower FPS. Yeah, yesterday I was cruising this level after a while. I haven't really, since I got my world record, I haven't really held it at any point because I've been doing other things during the summer. When I was at Finnish Elmo meet, I practically played no Headbanger. I didn't hurl at all, and afterwards I've had festivals and other summer activity going on, so I've taken a break for a month of playing this level. So yesterday when I was playing it, I felt very rusty and didn't really feel like I'm going to get any times, but I surprised myself by doing a top 10 time with very little playtime also, and there is still room for improvement in this level. Would be nice to land a new world record here. Okay, I lost the speed there. It's almost impossible to recover right like that, but I will still do my best to finish. Huh. There we go, that's 42. Yes. Absolutely mental moves. It's actually... Wait, what was my time? That would be the 13th best time in the world that I just did. Despite having wrong style in most parts of the second half, but the first half was actually pretty good there. sort of happy to notice that after making the world record and after being on a break, like I don't feel nervous playing the level anymore. Like before I got the world record, every time I got past the middle point of the level, my heart was beating so fucking fast because I really wanted to get I wanted to get my first world record. I had never done it before, and every time I had a good first half, heart was pumping, and I was really nervous about the later parts, and it will often influence the gameplay in a negative way also when you're nervous and you start reacting that way. But the more you can just be relaxed while playing, the easier it is to make styles also. Maybe if this continues to be the case, that I just can maintain chill attitude while playing, maybe I can easily make some half second better ride, who knows. Bene is asking when I include heart rate monitor on the screen. I don't know, dude. I don't know how to do that, but it would be funny. Okay. I think playing with this FPS value is actually okay. It's not too bad. Feels a little bit different than 750. I think the most noticeable difference is when you land after the pipe with higher FPS. The amount that your bike bends on the landing point here is more controlled. Like your bike doesn't bend as much, so you can sort of do it more smoothly. You can go to the right more smoothly with lower FPS values. There's so much elasticity going on that it sort of messes up your flow in a way, but I don't notice that much at all with this current setting. I still have over 500 FPS, so it is not so low. It's reasonably high FPS still. But here I can tell the difference in FPS a little bit. Like when you get the grip in here, I think with higher FPS I wouldn't have lost my grip like that, because I lost my grip. I wasn't even close to getting the correct angle for this part. Yeah, I think I was flying from a pretty good direction. With higher FPS I would have got more grip in this. Hello Co1. I am not Jesus, dude, but I can give you my blessings still, you know. Like, there you go. So, little bit of blessing for you, dude. Why not? That could have been a good ride, but I messed up the second floor again. But the second floor is really difficult to pull off for sure. Ko, what's your nickname in Elm Online? Have you ever played Elm Online? Yeah, I mean, Elm Online is definitely worth trying. It's practically everything that happens within the community is in Elm Online, and soon, once my first Finnish level that I made starts, I can showcase the playing culture of Elm Online a little bit. It's really nice to have these battles in the game, and first Finnish in particular is cool because you can see everybody at the same time, and it's very easy to follow this line of players when everybody starts at the same time, and it just tries to get to the flower first. But it will be still maybe 50 minutes, 40 or 50 minutes once my battle starts. There's a queue of levels right now. So I have plenty of time to play this Headbanger. I haven't really experimented with it, but I will do my best to include Twitch chat to the stream itself, because I was noticing that when I watched the VOD of the first stream, I noticed that if I'm replying to people who are chatting, it will be much more convenient to follow that when you have the chat shown on the screen as well, but I haven't really tried to set up it yet. I don't know how to do it, but maybe I can figure it out before tomorrow, so I'll have it in tomorrow's stream. All of these streams that I do, I will upload to YouTube. like I noticed that Twitch has changed so that if I save my VODs in Twitch, they will only stay there for 7 days nowadays, which is crazy. In the past, if you could just keep them there forever practically. Like if you go to someone's profile, you could see all the previous streams, but now they only stay there for a week. So it's not really, there's no point in that. Only rational thing to do is to save them in YouTube and have them there forever. So awesome to hear, dude. Ko is saying how he's found the stream from YouTube. If I fail the previous part, I always try to go for head first finish. It's always fun to pull off. Yes, I already advertised it in Discord page that I'm going to do a similar stream tomorrow and on Thursday. So it's going to be a 5-hour stream both times, tomorrow and the day after that. And I'm thinking that I could start to practice my speedrun project. Maybe I will even train some other internal today for the speedrun, just to check out if there's some style that I haven't done before, and then I'll start to practice it. Bene, asks if I ever finished head first pipe. I did. I can show you, dude. Look at this. I did it a few times, but this is a nice replay that I have. I was not the first person ever to do it. It has been done in the past, quite a long time ago even, but this is a clean execution of it. I can show it again. It's kind of crazy style, but I can always attempt it if I mess up the previous part here while trying to do the regular style, like I can still try the head first style out of fun. My dream is that one time I do it extremely clean and then I still do a fast finish afterwards, and it's a side mission of mine. Bene, what is your best time? Bene asks me to beat his best time with it, but what is your best time, dude? $48.34. That is possible. Could be hard. That seems possible. I can check out what's my time is with this one. Yeah, it's not enough. 50.36, but in that ride was totally ass, so it's not only possible to beat 48, it should be relatively easy if I do the parts after pipe well. Yeah, Bene has 48.34. Oh my god. Oh fuck. I made it, but I died. can share style with you. Look at this. When going for the pipe, I have alternative style that I haven't really used in any of my finishes. It's not an easy style to pull off, but this is a really fast style that I would like to have in a future best time. It just looks so cool to do, but it's very rare to find the correct angles to do this. Instead of using the roof, it's important that you get this really long grip while driving in the roof, because you get max speed, then you can go low like this to the pipe. And the reason why the other style is so good is that when you go to the roof first and then you pipe, you will get more speed for the whole pipe and afterwards. But logically it is the best, but what makes this style so good is that if you have a good bounce like this and you can get maximum good grip from the roof here, you can actually capitalize that max speed. Like if you get a similar bounce and similar grip and then try to go to the roof, you will have too much speed to survive. You have to slow down so you survive and go forward. But with this style you can actually capitalize the full speed you get from getting this grip. So that will balance them out a little bit. The two styles are quite equal, I've noticed. I'm not claiming that the alternative style is better, but it is really fast, and doing it like I do in that replay is going to be faster than what I currently do in my world record ride. But getting perfect execution in the first floor of the level is extremely difficult. Most rides, even if they are successful, they will end up being slower than the one you just saw. And it's not because I'm making mistakes, just finding the best angles is quite rare. And it can't be forced, it just happens sometimes. Okay, this seems quite good. Damn it. Okay, the start here was extremely slow. This wouldn't have been enough to get best time or like good enough time for a new world record, but this was quite good here. Even if I don't fully, like my head isn't right next to the wall, like I still landed at a good angle to do the next part well. I don't know why I failed, sometimes it just happens, but that was a promising ride in the middle, and doing that middle part right is could be the most important part in the level. You can really gain a lot of time if you do it well. So even if you have a start that is suboptimal, you can really save the ride with a sick middle if you do the middle part as well as I do in my save load rides. You can still turn it around and get a really fast finish. It's always possible. So it's when going for these best times, it's pointless to get stuck in the first parts. Like you could always ask every single ride that is not perfect, but it's kind of pointless to do it, because sometimes even if you get mediocre attempts, you can still turn them around and get good times. So I just try to get past the pipe as often as possible and focus on that. Co is saying that I'm gonna go backwards in the pipe of Headbanger. No, dude. That's too hard. I'm not that good. Co asks what my key bindings are. I have the keys that are above your arrow keys are my arrow keys, if that makes sense. The ones that are above arrows, and then I have space for turn, and I use grave for a low volt, which is the button under ESC. So yeah, that's what I have. I would just use the regular arrow keys, but one of my arrow keys is broken, so it doesn't register every key press. So I've been switching around my arrow keys several times. At one point I use number pad for arrow keys, but now I use the arrows, the keys above arrow keys, yeah. Yeah, when I was playing the level before getting the record, it was very common that I go to save load. I train there for an hour or even more, then I come to the real level and I get completely stuck in the first floor. Can be quite frustrating, but it is what it is. Absolutely no area of this level is easy to do. Even the first parts, which are not the hardest, even they are still very difficult to pull off. Sometimes you can find more flow to it, but sometimes it's tough to even finish the pipe. Whoa. Oh, dang it. That was crazy good. The start didn't have a bounce, but I think with this speed and this angle it was still pretty fast. And usually when I do this, instead of doing a wheel compression, I land with both of my wheels, but doing it the way I did now is also an option. It's not bad style to do it like this. It's harder to make work, but I still found a good angle for this part, and even more important, look at this. I got absolutely amazing angle for the drop, but somehow even if you get a good setup, sometimes it's just not gonna work out. I got too much of a grip, so I didn't. Yeah, I landed too much to the left, so I hit my wheel here, hence the fail. But yeah, that was best attempt today. I think if my current arrow keys break, that will be game over for this keyboard. I will be forced to buy a new one, which is something that I'm not stoked about. I wouldn't want to spend money on things that I already possess, but if the current arrow keys break down, then I don't have any other sensible ones left in my keyboard, and I can just throw this one to the bin and buy a new one. Both my keyboard and mouse are broken, so one day I would like to have new ones, but it hasn't felt like something that must be done. I don't really mind if something isn't working perfectly. Setup isn't so important. If you have like look, I have a mini laptop that I play. I'm playing with a 15-inch monitor. I have a broken keyboard, I have a broken mouse, and I'm the best player alive, so it's not required to have everything. Like you can have quite mediocre setup and still do well. It's all about just commitment and skill. Doesn't really matter. I have been thinking that I could invest in a new monitor though. I think having some 144 monitor would be really good for my Elmo play, and if I had a larger one I would probably find more success in levels like warm-up where I can see everything more detailed, but using this mini laptop screen it has worked perfectly fine for me. I have good eyes, I have good sight, so it doesn't really matter if it's smaller. The thing with money is that electronics are not the... If I invest money in something, I usually don't want to invest it in electronics, because there are more long-lasting things to buy, and I have like other interests as well besides gaming, so I don't know if I can avoid spending money on this kind of stuff, then I will work with what I have. But if my keyboard breaks down so that I can't play anymore, then I will buy a new one for sure. But I've had the same keyboard since I was a teenager practically. I think I got this one almost 10 years ago. It has served me really well. I have Ducky Shine 5 keyboard. It's a mechanical keyboard with black switches. Cherry black switches are the ones that you have to press the hardest. They don't have any click mechanic to them. You just press them fully down and you have to apply a little bit of force to it, and I like them because I always press buttons hard when I play. I've always done it, so it makes sense for me to have buttons with a little bit of resistance. But when picking a keyboard to play this game, I think you can play with absolutely any kind of keyboard. Like some people prefer having non-mechanical keys, just flat keys for example, but the only important thing is that some keyboards have the limitation that you can't press more than 2 or 3 buttons at the same time, but in Elmo so it is required to use multiple buttons at the same time very frequently, and not having any limitations when it comes to that is gonna be important for this game. If you play Elmo with the keyboard that only allows you to press 2 buttons at the same time, it is absolutely game over for the player. Like the people who go through with that, they have my sympathy, because it's just a torture to play this game like that. Mechanical keyboards are good because they tend to allow you to press as many keys as you want. Oh. Let's see that one. Okay, I got a bounce, but that was not a particularly fast bounce. It was just okay. This one was very good. I think I could have gotten a decent run with that angle, but I messed up the landing at this spot. Yeah. It's always worth to risk it though. Like if you land too much to the left here, it will affect your speed in a negative way. The more close you can dodge it. Like if you can barely survive while you're at this point, you have the biggest chance of just flowing full speed to the next part, and it will be massive for the speed of your run. Like if you try to play it safe there, it will only result in large time loss, so you really have to risk that part as much as you can. The best attempts seem like your head goes through the wall, but it doesn't. It's only the animation of the turning that makes it seem like that, but the closer you are to hitting the wall, it's the better practically. Okay, it's about 20 more minutes and my battle starts. There's a first Finnish battle coming up. It's easy level, it's crucible, but someone will die regardless. I tried to make the apple harvest area of my level quite easy, but I have a feeling that some, like, several players will mess it up somehow. But I tried my best to make it safe. Okay, maybe I can get a finish now. No, that's a bad landing. But this was not actually, to analyze this a little bit, when I got the bounce and I landed this good grip, that's actually pretty decent, even though like I needed to brake a little bit here while landing. Having such a good grip, it will make up for it. It's not much of a time loss. Like, surviving such an attempt is pretty hard, but what didn't go well at all here was this landing. Like, you can do this without braking as much as I did, even though I did this very clean. Look at this. I was talking that the closer you are here, the better. This is exactly what I meant, doing it like this. Despite getting it so clean, just having, I lost quite much momentum here. I need to do it smoother if I want to get a new best time, but still, this is one, like, this middle area of the level. Wait, yeah, like these areas of the level are so hard to pull off. It's always nice to get attempts every time you pass them, every time you have a chance to finish. It feels quite nice, but that would not have been very fast maybe. But I think if I did the later parts well, it would have still been a 41 ride, which is, well, there's only 6 players with 41. World record styles are so difficult that only executing them will result in world top 10 times. Like, you don't need to do them clean if you do them at all. It will be enough to get top 10 time. Okay, I train a little bit in save load. This is something I can't recommend enough. If you're in the process of getting a target time and you start to feel stuck or annoyed in the level, the best thing you can always do is go back to save load. Because the more, if you go back to save load, you will get important practice for the level first of all, but I think more importantly it will reset your mind a little bit. Like, if you start feeling annoyed, you can go to save load and play without any pressure for a while, and I think that can help you to just reset, get a full reset mentally. So when you go back to the level, you can start from an empty table, kind of. Co asks where to get save load program. I think I actually have to check this out for myself at Elmo online site. You should be able to find from here. No. Programs. Yeah, in Elmo online you have help page, and then go to the, in help you go to programs, and down here you have OKSL. This is the program that I'm using right now, OKSL version 6. It's the latest version and it is by far the best program. Oh, Bene says that there's a version 7 that is the latest one, but it's not released yet. Try to do this as fast as I can, but it's, you can practically hit your head everywhere while attempting this style. Most of the attempts I do in live play are safer and slower in comparison as what I'm doing now, but this is one of the most important parts to find time gains, so I wanna practice the right things. 40-58 with that end. That's crazy, dude. Okay, that's the best one today. I did 40.13. It's almost under 40. Not far. Thank you, Iltsu. I think this saving point is much better because like training for the full sequence of different moves is much better than saving in the middle of the air somewhere and practicing from there on. It's just like after this landing you have to do everything in one sequence, and this resembles much more how the ride will actually play out in a live run. Okay, that was not a very good end, but the time was still okay. It was 40.43. Okay, this should be good. Look at this. 40.09. It's best one today. I'll save it and I can still polish it a little bit. Okay. under 40 is very much possible. No, I have done 39.75 in save load, but it's far from optimal. Also, there's room for large improvements, but the styles that would make it happen are not styles that I'm going for, because I have a certain strategy for live play, and I'm only, even when I play with save load, I'm only playing with those strategies. The styles that would allow larger cuts are not styles that I think I could ever make without cheating, so I will only practice the styles that I feel confident that I'm able to do. Okay, it's time to end this Headbanger session for today, because my battle will start very soon. In case there's people watching the stream who are not playing at the moment, next level is my first Finnish battle. I spent 2 hours making it today on stream, and everybody should join it because I'm going to stream the battle. Okay. It's hard for me to get good times in warm-up, but I like to play it still. It's good challenge. What I did wrong there, I turned too early in the wall. You need to do a quite late turn, then you can get more speed. Also I should actually just man up and do the pops in the start, because everything else is pointless. Yes, it's battle time, let's go! Okay. There's Barry P, Bien, Hogge, and Technic who have joined already. I think Barry P has a good chance to win this one. I think this is Barry P battle. As if he doesn't choke. But actually I put my money on Barry P on this one. There's Sifu also joining. 5 people. I go advertise in the Discord quite quickly. I think I'm going to be optimistic. I don't think anybody will choke. I think everybody will survive the level and it's going to be a quite even battle. Barry P will win but only barely. Bien and Technic and Divan will be right behind. Okay, let's go. There we go. First finish battle. The only objective is to finish as fast as possible. To be the first one to finish. Like if you die and then you try again, even if you do the best time, you're still going to lose because like those who finish first try are just going to be the best. That's the battle type. Bien is actually leading. I should spy him. Barry P is not far behind. It's very even battle between the two. All right. Okay, Bien did much better move there. Barry P is behind, but it's not definite yet. Like anything can happen in this level because you have the apple harvest part in the end, so even if Bien maintains his lead for now, anything can happen. Whoa. Shit. Okay, now comes the pole part. Let's see if Barry P can catch up at all. This is like maximum struggle to play when there's a part like this. Yeah, the wizard. I put on my wizard hat because I believe it will give luck and power to the players. It genuinely helps if the battle starter wears a wizard hat, so that's what I'm doing. Oh, they have a different strategy. Sick. From now on it will be quite difficult to tell who is leading. It's impossible to tell actually, but Bien seems to be doing good. He's flowing, he hasn't missed any polygons, and Barry P tried to do a brutal trick there before, but he didn't pull it off, so it might cost him some time. Ooh, I thought Bien was gonna finish. Okay. Actually, I wanna switch to Barry P for a bit to see what he's up to. Wait a minute. What is going on? Going to the left and then turning back right is almost unheard of here. Bien and Barry have the exact same amount of apples. Boomshroom is close behind with 29. Barry P has the lead now. It's quite sick battle, I think. Barry P 32. Is this it? Is this it? Congrats, my guess was right. Barry P wins. Holy shit. Yes. Now it's second, third, and fourth placement all have 30 apples. Boomshroom is leading Bien at the moment. Will he get second placement? He does. Oh my god, so tight. It's Boomshroom 5 minutes 30 seconds. Congrats for silver, dude. Bien is third with 5:32. People in Elmo Online chat are complimenting the level. Thanks for that. Took 2 hours to make. Let's see if there's Hogge's playing. I should spy him. Technic finishes 4th with 5:41. I was a little bit late to see that, but yeah. Oh, he made it. That could have been a death. He almost got over the pole there, but having a wall of killers is a good sign that you have to take it easy there. Yeah, thanks Arsenic. Oh, Bene is playing the battle as well. He has 6 apples at the moment. It's crazy. I wonder if Sifu is still playing, but he has been he died, so he is in the very first parts of the level. Bien is going for a new best time apparently. Divan is pretty far actually in the level. There's 2 people at least in the last area. Divan and I think that's, let's see, Max Hiff is pretty far also. I should spy him. He has the most apples. Only 4 apples left for Max Hiff. When the bike does that, it's a spy bug. It's a terrible connection. I shouldn't spy him, unfortunately. But he's not really flying through the walls, in case that's not clear to someone. It's nice, pretty nice style there by Max Hiff. He doesn't give a flying fuck about the walls. Yeah, I switched to D1. Let's see if he has better connection. Interestingly, Max, Hif and Divan both have 30 apples at the moment. Divan has been catching up properly here, and anything can still happen. Max Hif takes the lead now with 31 and 32 apples. He has all the apples, so he only needs to find the flower. It's on. Yeah, these dudes are so laggy, it's impossible to watch. Max he finishes 10 minutes and 17. Divan is still in the process of finishing. Yeah. D1 gets a finish, I think. Yeah. There's massive delay somehow. Hogge has 31 apples, so he might finish very soon. Okay, Hogge has all apples now. Just take it safe, dude. Yeah, Hogge finishes 12 minutes and 2 seconds. It's already 7 finishers in the level. Divan 11:58. Yeah, Hogge says that he could have been second place if he just played safe, but that's how it is. Mistakes are game changing in this battle mode. Out of the people who haven't finished, Pocho seems to be leading. He's at the annoying poles at the moment, but he's entering the apple harvest now. There's still 11 minutes time to play, so it's enough to finish the level even if you start from the very beginning. In case some people still want to finish, just take it very easy. Go one part at a time and it should be enough to finish. There's nice grip by Pocho in the previous part. Iltsu asks if I spy with TCP only. I don't actually remember. I can check it out real quick. Yes, I do. I have TCP only in my EOL conf. Pocho has 28 apples out of 32, so just 4 more left. Oops, did he miss the apple? No. Yeah, he can still get back up. It would have been fun to miss that one. Okay, 1 more apple left. Wow, what was that? Oh my god, that was tragic, dude. Pocha thought he had all apples, but no. Ha! I mean, Pocha, I admire your bravery to do head flower, but you need a map, dude. that could have been avoided, but hey, next time with a better map you will do it. Yeah, it's Bene has a good point in the chat. That's a certified YouTube moment. That's death right there. Oh, apparently Hogge says in the chat that I missed his head first finish. That's my bad, man. Glad you did it. It's always the most honorable thing you can do in this game is to finish levels with your head, especially if it's a first finish battle. If you finish with your head, it is the honorable thing to do. It's like if you use your wheel to finish, it's like you get the finish, you get the standing, you might even get the victory, but it's like you play dirty when you do it. It's like, I don't trust people who do that. Okay. There's 7 minutes time. I will do one finish myself here. But yeah, I think this battle went well. When I made the level, I wanted to give some tips and instructions on how to make a good first finish battle level, and I think if 7 people finished out of 12 in a level like this, it's a pretty good sign. Like, it ended up being relatively safe, relatively easy to finish, and yeah, I'm happy with how the level turned out. sometimes there's much more weak spots in these levels, even if I try my hardest, like I did today. Sometimes I just make idiotic spots and I don't test them enough, and they will end up killing like over half of the player in the battle. I didn't really see anything like that here. Like there wasn't really any one singular spot that ended people's attempts, so it is a success. Wow, that was that was unusually trash from me, failing like that. But at least I'm still alive, so. Ko is saying how Iltsu is proving my last statement's wrong about the battle, because he only has 0 apples, but I think the way I see it is that he's actually just showing my channel support by having 0 apples. It's like he's the biggest fan of me, and that's why he has 0 apples. But that's, I can't say it for a fact, but I think that's the way I see it. Okay, my goal is to beat Barry P with this ride. He has 4 minutes and 51, and it might actually be doable. I think it's doable to beat him, but I have big advantage from knowing the level that I made myself. So. Oh shit, look at that. Did I ruin it? I ruined it. I can't beat Barry P, but I can still beat Boom Shroom, so I get a deserved silver from this one. Yes. Under 5 minutes. There we go. Yeah, Barry P wins, but I was saying it already before the battle that Barry P is probably going to win, so it's all good. I made a correct guess there. But I think because Barry P wins, I will ask him directly, Barry, do you want me to play Pipo hype levels now? Because I could do it. Okay. I will play the very first Pipo level actually, why not? Hopefully what's not so good about my current setup is that my FPS is quite low at the moment, and I would like to have high FPS for these levels. It's much easier to do some of these tricks when you just have better grip and the benefits of having max FPS. If it seems like this one is fully max FPS level, then I will find some other one. But I'll do my best. Iltsu says he can't wait for a 24-hour total time stream when I get better at internals. It's maybe something I could do, yeah. My main focus will be on speedruns, but as a challenge, one-time challenge at least, attempting 24 hours total time could be nice. It's something that hasn't really been done in the past years. Like I haven't seen people playing that category at all. It's basically like getting as good total time as possible within the span of 24 hours, and as far as I know, Toringe had a great time in the past, but I don't know if he actually has the world. I don't even know who has the world record at the moment. Does someone in the chat know who has the official world record in 24-hour total time? It could still be Toringe actually, but I'm not convinced. Zwek has. Yeah, Iltsu and Bene say that Zwek has the world record, so I believe them. Oh, apparently Bene also says that Zwek got an internal world record during the 24 hours of playing, which is kind of crazy. I don't know, that would be extremely difficult to pull off these days. This level is impossible with low FPS. I'm not going to play it. I can't get grip in the first apple spot, and it's crucial to do it. Let's see this one. This should be much better for my current setup. I don't know what caused it, but my FPS is really low at the moment. I have like visible lag on the screen, the worst one so far. Okay, now my lag got much better. Seems like Kazan has the world record in this one. I can show the times, so you can check them out without haste. Yeah, Kazan has 23:53, and that's what I'm attempting to beat right now. Yesterday when I played, I got 2 records in the level pack, but I didn't stream that, so without stream I can get higher FPS and it's easier for me to play with that, especially in pipes. Hello, Dovned. Okay, what? That spot will be quite interesting. Ocho is asking me to drink water, but a cactus doesn't need much water, you know. I survive with very little. I can mostly live off drinking energy drinks and drinking, well, even more importantly, I can survive by drinking a lot of tea, so water is secondary. Okay, that style is better. I have the 7th best time now, 24:90. This is I don't have an opinion yet on how easy the best time is to beat, but I can definitely polish time off my own record easily. Maybe even this run. Okay, that's a little bit better. The Pocho asks if I know the plural of cactus. I think it's cacti, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay, I thought it was going to be the best time, but it's not. Damn, I still need to improve on 1 more second. Over a second. Maybe it's like this. Huh. That's funny style. Oh, it's not best. Ko asks what's the story of Pipo levels. These are old levels made by a designer called Zebra, and these have been played quite much over the years. It's a popular pack of pipe levels. Why I'm playing them right now is just I was challenged to do so. There have been some people playing this in the past days, so joining the fun, but it's not like it's not any major ongoing contest in these levels at the moment. People have been just challenging each other to play them. Yeah, Barry is asking amazing question. I think sometime soon we should have a full collection of different cactus emojis in the chat. I want everybody to spam it. I don't mind spamming because I spam a lot myself everywhere, so it's something that I dream of. Just my chat being all cactus, no text, just cactus. Like, it's gonna be sick. Okay, I think I will actually try this level in save load. I will go full try hard. I can practice this a little bit, avoid wasting time on styles that are not good. Okay, let's go. Okay, that's a good grip. Okay, that's 23 already. Save that Pipo 3. I should try some styles here. Maybe I can do this part better. Still need to get half second better time. I have a feeling actually that what I did before is good, even though like it's very unorthodox to, if you have a straight line to the pipe, to like it would make the most sense to just go straight line to the ending, but the shapes make it so that I can't see any rational moves that would make it fast. Like it really seems like just this slower looking style is better, but I still need to find time cuts somewhere. So okay. I think the start was quite slow there. Maybe I can cut the rest just from the start. Alright, let's go. I have the ghost bike now. This is such an important feature in this tool. With the ghost bike you can always follow your progress and optimize your playing. In World Cup I did it every time that when I was training for a level I played with ghost bike, and I played until I beat my best time, then the new best time I put as ghost bike, and then I did like several rounds of that within the same session, like 2 or 3 rounds, and then I got major time gains, and then I had a proper target time to beat. Yeah, thanks Finman for the command. I haven't used that command before. I've set up my ghost bike with different key presses. It's quite convenient to just press those. somehow really hard to play pipe levels in save load. It feels more natural to play certain things in live play. Like, I don't know, I think this start, for example, I can easily drive better when I start playing the actual level. Like, it's don't know what's up with that. Okay, now I got a proper lead to my ride. Okay, that's 23:52. Okay, now I can save the replay. And in my save load folder, I paste the replay and copy it to my in-game folder. There we go. Now I can go to Elmo. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I can check I can show the ride here. This is world record by 100th of a second, and in save load this looked clean, but I can already tell that the start is not optimal at all. This part is really important, as well as this landing right here. These are the keys to getting the best time. Otherwise it's just quite normal styles with okay execution, but those two styles are the key styles. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if you think about it, let's say that this was a World Cup event and I had to play this level for a week. Like, you have to optimize absolutely everything to the point of like maximum. And what I would do now that I have the 23:52 save load replay, I will just go to save load, I will make a ghost bike out of it, I will play until I lead my ghost bike, and I keep on doing this process until I find better and better times. When I no longer find any moves that make me lead my ghost bike, then I'm ready to play the level. And it's like, even if you spend a lot of time in the level, that's really much better practice than like only playing the level in live play, because if I just play it now, I will spend majority of the time playing the first 1 or 2 pipes of the level and trying to optimize those. But in save load you can go through every part and find the finer details to each move, and you can just practice everything with full consistency. So that's the way. Be right back. Barry P says that I'm missing a key style in the level. That's interesting. I don't know what I'm missing, because I went through the level and I did styles that seemed good to me, and they are enough to get the best time in the level. But it's, yeah, I might miss something. That's often the case. There's so many styles in each level that it can take a while to find the absolute best ones. Or maybe it is Barry P who doesn't realize that my styles are better ones. Who knows? Okay, 24-28. It was far from a good ride. It's 4th best in the world now. Yeah, these pipes are really good in my opinion. Like when Zebra made them several years ago, he was like far from being a pro in pipes, and you can tell that in the design of the pipe levels. There's a lot of elements that feel quite unintuitive to play. There's a big difference to the designs in pipe levels if they're made by someone who isn't good at piping, or if they're made by people who are great at piping. You can just tell it while you're playing, and because they are unintuitive, I think it brings out a very unique feeling to it also, and makes it interesting to play even in the long run. Like, it's been years since these levels were released, but people are still finding styles and finding interest in playing them. Yeah, this could be a best time. Oh no, it's not. I messed up my speed somewhere. It's very even with my save load replay, but yeah, that's where I lost the speed. I thought that I would get the new best time regardless of entering that pipe slow, but it wasn't enough. Start was much better than in my best time ride. And this landing afterwards. Okay, I got the new best time. I'm still over half a second from Kazan's time. But I already have the strategies, so it all narrows down to clean execution of each part. Most importantly, entering this pipe here before the fourth apple. Like if you just sort of squeeze yourself into it without doing any breaks or losing your momentum, you just have to squeeze in there fast, and then you will gain so much time. I try to switch my FPS to a little bit lower to see if it helps out with any of the parts, because when I played in save load, I limited my FPS to 250 just because I didn't want to train the level using too high of an FPS that I couldn't reach in live play, but 250 is lower than my maximum FPS when I'm streaming, so now I lowered my FPS also in live play to match the one that I had in save load. Maybe it will help out with the entrance to the third pipe before the fourth apple, the most important bit of the level. No, I don't think it's better, because in that last part I'm sensing that you kinda lose time just because of the lower FPS. It felt more strange to do the bit where you land here at the bottom and then push yourself to the last pipe. It felt like you have to have like maximum grip available in there. That's what I personally prefer, at least. People in chat are comparing me to both Jesus and Väinämöinen, and I'm not even in the top 3 in this level, so calm down, dudes. What the hell? Do it after I get the best time. It's funny, I did the entrance in save load after just a few tries, but it's quite hard to replicate while playing live. But it needs to happen only once, I hope, and then I can just make the rest of the level flow and that's it. Sometimes one attempt is enough. That seemed like a good try, but I messed up the landing. Dude, look at this. It's so tight, but I can't beat my time. Oh, what up? That was close. Actually, That was still felt a little bit slower than my save load ride. Yes, it's clearly slower, but it's not big of a difference actually. Look at this. This run was very legit. That was, yeah, that would have been top 2 time with some luck in the end, maybe even the best time. Be right back. I need to find a charger for my phone. Okay, people in the chat, full focus. I have a question. I will stream for 30 more minutes. Do you think I can beat the world record in this level in 30 more minutes? That was for Co asked me to go 1 pipe backwards, so I did it. But yeah, people are confident that I will do the world record, so that's extra pressure. But I have time to do it, so let's go. Ocho doesn't think I can do it, but it's okay. I love him despite that. Oh man. I lost all my speed from that one. I've done the fast entrance to the 3rd pipe already 2 times, so I think I'm learning how the moves go. Doesn't feel quite as luck based anymore. I have a real strategy in there. Okay, small best time, but I'm still 4th, and I haven't gotten 23 yet. I'm going to be optimistic. I think the first 23 time that I do is the best time in this level. So as long as that happens, doesn't matter. Also, Barry P, you said that I'm missing a style. Before I end the stream, I think you should upload a replay to Elmo Online showing the style that I'm missing, and when I'm done with this level, regardless of whether I get the world record or fail to do it, I will watch the style that you meant before I go. Because I'm curious about it, but I'm not gonna watch it yet. I wanna play with my own moves. But I wanna see what you mean. Go asks when the stream will be tomorrow. I'm going to do same hours tomorrow as today, so basically 17 to 22 finish time. I'm going to do it tomorrow and the day after. Those same hours, 5-hour stream. Okay, that's under 24 now. Let's go. I'm third best in this level now. Basically, if I merge my PR replay and the save load, it's quite obvious that the difference will be in the entrance to the third pipe, because I did the slower style here. I didn't get the wheel compression, but that's where all the difference comes from. So when I do it again, like I did before in the failed ride, I will get that. I will polish the rest of the time off. there's my dog. Pity. I think she wants out of the room. It's Viti with one T, so V-I-T-I. That wasn't good. Maybe I can still get a best time. Let's see. Oh, very close. The landing was bad after the third pipe. I think world record WR would be a pretty bad name for a pet, dude. That's my what the hell? Maybe one of the internal names would be good for a pet name though. Maybe like Tag could be a good name for a pet. Slalom too, maybe. Hangman. Hangman is the best actually for a best name for a dog. I mean, Double Trouble would be a great name for a husky actually. Very fitting name. They're always up to no good. By the way, how has the quality been this stream? Has there been any issues with the volume of the sound or anything really? Feel free to tell me if there's any issues. I haven't really changed anything from my last stream. Think. Bene would be very surprised to learn that my heartbeat is always the same when I'm playing. It's always around 420 beats per second. It doesn't really change. It's always the same when I play Elma. So I think you don't need a monitor for it. You can just trust that it's it's always the same. Yeah, exactly. Per second. It's way too fast. I actually like the idea, Potcha. Overlays could be amazing. Amazing to include. Also, what I want to have in my future streams is the Twitch chat in the actual stream visible, because that's gonna help out very much when I upload each of these VODs to YouTube. When people are asking questions and I reply to it, that people can actually follow the actual questions in the chat. Right now, when you're watching live, it's very easy to do it just by you just watch the chat yourself, but in YouTube that's not an option. it's so hard to force the style here. Don't know. Haven't done it at all in the last like 20 minutes. I did it 2 times already. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, that's a world second best time, 23:75. At least I beat Adi. I still have to beat Kazan, but I check the chat first. Alright, Barry P said he uploaded replay, so I'm gonna play a little bit longer and hopefully I beat it now. If I don't, regardless, I will watch the style that Barry P was talking about before afterwards. Then I end the stream after that. Ko is asking when Kazan played the last time. These times are made in 2020, so 4 years ago. I think in 2021, I believe they hosted World Cup 8 and Kazan played and won that one, so that might have been the last year that he played, as far as I know. In World Cup 9 he didn't play at all, or he didn't in live play. Ork says in the chat that he did style finding, but he didn't participate in the actual contest himself. Terbo wrote just pint in the chat, so welcome to the stream, dude. Hope you have your beers ready and so on. In case you missed the stream, like most of it, I will upload it to YouTube, the full VOD, so you can watch it if you want, all of it. Also, like, even if you guys watched the stream, every time I make these uploads to YouTube, you can support by just clicking the videos. I will link all of that in Elma Discord. Every time you guys open the link, click the video, it will help me with the YouTube algorithms and I get more views and all of that, so I appreciate it. I think high FPS would really benefit in this level. Like in the end of this second pipe, when you have to push upwards, so you can more easily squeeze your way to the third pipe. And with high FPS, there's less elasticity in the bike, so doing a push upwards at the end of the pipe, that really becomes easier the higher FPS you have, because there's less elasticity. I think it makes sense when explained like that, but I would use max FPS for this level if I were to play it as seriously as I possibly can, like for a World Cup, for example. I would go for max FPS here for sure. But it's 10 o'clock now. I got second in the level. That's pretty good. I failed to get the best time, but that's how it is sometimes. Kazan is great at Elmo, and I can show both my... This was the best fail attempt that I did. Here I really nailed down the middle part well. This is as good as it gets, basically, as well as this landing. This would have been about the same time as Kazan, maybe even the record, but I failed in the last corner there. And let's see. This is the best time that I did now. 23:75. Yeah, I did much worse. Like, instead of squeezing myself straight to the pipe, I lost my momentum there, but the rest of the ride was pretty clean, so I got a fairly decent time regardless. Alright, lastly I wanna show the Barry P was talking about some other style that I missed. So let's see what he meant by it. Wait. This should be good. Okay, he didn't do the wheel compression. Oh, it is good. Huh. I have to check that out in the game. It appears I have been dumb. I think that there is no way that isn't faster. I have to merge the replays. I wanna see how they compare to each other when merging. It's a nice style, Barry P. I tried something in the spirit of that a little bit, but I couldn't really find the moves for that stuff. Yeah, I have massive lead before. Huh, look at that. That's crazy. Hey, tomorrow with the new style, I will get the world record. That's decided. And I will take suggestions if you guys wanna see something in particular for the next streams. Tomorrow I will do similar 5-hour stream at the same time. I start at 17 finish time and end at 22. So if you have ideas that you would like for the stream, I take suggestions. I might not do everything, but you know, if you give me ideas and I get stoked about those ideas, why not? I can do whatever I want on the stream, so feel free to let me know. And I will be uploading this one to YouTube. My YouTube channel is Zero TV, O being a 0, so I can show you. Yeah, here's my channel. So subscribe to my channel. You can follow all the future VODs in here, and I get more views in YouTube if you show me support. And also, yeah, I hope to see you in the next ones. Have a nice evening. Thanks for staying with the stream. It was 5 hours, pretty long one, but time flew by. I could have played even more, but we can do it tomorrow at the same time. So see you dudes. Bye.